Welcome, listeners. I'm glad you found your way here to this intimate space where reality blends with the shadows of the unexplained. Close your eyes for a moment. Let the sound of rain wash over you, creating a cocoon of calm, even as the stories I'm about to share might send subtle shivers down your spine. These aren't tales designed to terrify, but to intrigue, to explore those liminal spaces where the familiar becomes strange, where the ordinary reveals extraordinary mysteries. Each story I'll share tonight is a fragment of something larger, a glimpse into moments where the veil between our understood world and something else becomes tantalizingly thin. Some are based on accounts whispered in quiet corners, others drawn from the deepest recesses of human experience, but all carry a kernel of truth that might make you wonder, what don't we truly understand about our reality? Tonight, the rain will be our constant companion. Its steady rhythm will ground us, even as these narratives drift into realms both unsettling and mesmerizing. Are you comfortable? Take a deep breath. Let the first story begin. Story 1. It started with an average evening in a quiet apartment. Emily had just returned home from work, the city rain tapping softly against her living room window as she kicked off her shoes and tossed her bag onto the couch. The hum of her coffee maker filled the air as she poured a cup, savoring the warmth. Her life wasn't exciting, but it was hers, a predictable routine she found comforting. As she scrolled through her phone, a notification from her voicemail app popped up. 5 unheard messages. That was odd. She rarely got voicemails anymore. Most people just texted. Curiosity outweighed caution as she pressed play on the first one. Emily, it's me. Listen carefully. You're in danger. Her hand froze mid-air, coffee forgotten. The voice was her own. Not a prank, not a voice actor. It was unmistakably hers. But the tone was unfamiliar, strained, as though it came from someone much older, someone burdened by unspeakable knowledge. The second voicemail began. You need to leave. Now don't ignore this. Her breath caught. She glanced around her apartment, suddenly hyper-aware of the shadows pooling in the corners. Her mind raced. Was this a joke? A glitch in her voicemail system? The rain outside grew heavier, the rhythmic drumming now a relentless thrum in her ears. By the time she reached the 4th message, her pulse was hammering. Emily, please, I don't have much time. If you're hearing this, it means I failed, but you can still stop it. The final message was barely audible, distorted by static. The door. Don't open. Before she could think, a knock echoed from her front door. 3 deliberate, hollow knocks. Emily's phone slipped from her grasp, clattering onto the hardwood floor. The messages couldn't be real, could they? Her logical mind fought against the instinctual chill that raced down her spine. But as the knocking came again, louder this time, she realized she had to decide, open the door or heed the warning. Her trembling hand reached for the doorknob. Slowly she turned it, every muscle in her body taut with dread. The hallway was empty. Only the flickering light of the overhead bulb greeted her. But something was wrong. The air was thick, oppressive, and the rain outside seemed muted, as if she had stepped into a vacuum. And then, from behind her, she heard her own voice whisper, I told you not to open it. Emily spun around, but there was nothing there. The door slammed shut, the lock clicking on its own. Her phone buzzed on the floor, the voicemail app showing a new notification. 1 unheard message. Hands shaking, she picked it up and pressed play. The voice on the other end was different this time, raspy, guttural, and chillingly close. Too late, it said. The line went dead. Story 2. James had always loved the library. It was his escape from the chaos of the world, a place where he could lose himself in the smell of old paper and the soothing quiet. On this particular rainy afternoon, he found himself wandering into a section he rarely explored, dusty shelves of forgotten volumes, the kind that hadn't been checked out in decades. One book caught his eye. Its cover was unremarkable, brown leather with no title or author. But when he opened it, the words inside seemed to shimmer, as if they were alive. The first page was blank except for a single line scrawled in an elegant hand. "What you read here will change your life." He turned the page and found a detailed account of his own morning. Every action, every thought, even things he hadn't told anyone. It was all there. His heart pounded as he flipped ahead. The book described him sitting in the library, reading this very sentence. His breath quickened. Was this a prank? Some kind of interactive art piece? He flipped further ahead and froze. The next chapter described a man in a dark coat entering the library and sitting at a table near the window. James glanced up. There he was. The book's words seemed to glow now, pulling him in. It described the man as having a sinister purpose, his presence tied to a chain of events that would end in tragedy. James looked back at the man, who was now staring directly at him. The next line in the book read, "Run, Story 3. The cafe was warm and bustling, a sanctuary from the cold rain that fell relentlessly outside. Anna sat at her usual corner table, her laptop open and a half-empty mug of tea steaming beside it. She was a creature of habit, coming here every Friday to write, finding comfort in the familiar hum of conversation and the hiss of the espresso machine. Tonight felt different, though. She couldn't put her finger on it. An odd heaviness in the air, a peculiar hush that seemed to settle over the room whenever she stopped typing. She glanced around. Everything appeared normal. The barista was wiping down the counter. The couple by the window laughed quietly, and a man in a gray coat sat reading a book 2 tables away. It wasn't until she looked back at her screen that she noticed him. The man in the gray coat was staring at her. Not casually, not accidentally. His gaze was direct and unwavering. She felt a chill crawl up her spine. She tried to shake it off. Perhaps he was deep in thought, his gaze coincidentally in her direction. She returned to her work, determined to ignore him. But the feeling didn't go away. A few minutes later, she glanced up again. He was still staring, but now he was closer, sitting at the table right across from hers. Anna's heart raced. How had she not noticed him move? She must have been too focused on her screen. Forcing herself to remain calm, she smiled politely, hoping to diffuse the strange tension. The man smiled back, his lips curling ever so slightly. "You don't remember me, do you?" he asked. His voice was soft, familiar in a way that made her stomach churn. She shook her head, confused. "I'm sorry, have we met?" His smile widened, but his eyes remained cold. "We've met many times. You just don't recall. But you will." She stood up abruptly, knocking her chair back. "I think you have me confused with someone else." He leaned forward, his tone low and steady. "Check your phone." Her pulse thundered in her ears as she fumbled for her phone. The screen lit up with a series of notifications, texts, photos, and voicemails, all from an unknown number. The most recent message was a photo of her sitting at this very table, taken just seconds ago. She looked up, but the man was gone. His chair was empty, and the cafe was as bustling as ever, no one seeming to notice the odd encounter. Heart-pounding, she opened the photo again. Her reflection in the window behind her caught her attention. There was something, or someone, standing in the rain outside, watching her through the glass. The next text came through. "Don't look away. Story 4. Mark was no stranger to strange emails. As an IT technician, he often dealt with bizarre requests and spammy messages that made no sense. But this one was different. It had no sender, no subject line, just a single attachment labeled, "Open Me." He stared at it for a long moment, debating whether to delete it. But curiosity won. He opened the file, and his screen was filled with what looked like an old photograph. It was a grainy image of a small room, a bed, a dresser, a window with the curtains drawn. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but as he studied it, he noticed something odd. The reflection in the dresser's mirror showed a figure standing in the doorway, a figure that wasn't visible anywhere else in the photo. Mark felt his throat tighten. He closed the image and deleted the email, convincing himself it was a prank. But when he turned back to his work, his computer screen flickered. The photo was back, filling the screen once more. Only this time, the figure in the mirror was closer, its shadow stretching across the bed. He unplugged his computer, heart racing. But when he turned around, he froze. The room in the photo wasn't just familiar, it was his bedroom. And the doorway reflected in the mirror, it was right behind him. Story 5, Elliot had inherited the old grandfather clock from his grandmother's estate. It was massive, almost 7 feet tall, with ornate carvings of vines and birds etched into its dark wood. The clock was beautiful but temperamental, often refusing to keep the right time. Still, he couldn't bring himself to part with it. It was a family heirloom after all, and a connection to his childhood visits to her creaky old house. That night, the rain was relentless, a steady drumming that seemed to echo the ticking of the clock. He sat in his living room, watching TV when the first chime sounded. It wasn't the hourly chime he was used to. It was deep, resonant, and strangely distorted. Elliot glanced at the clock. It read 9:47, far from the hour. He shrugged it off as another malfunction, but then it chimed again, and again, 3 times, 4, each chime louder and more jarring than the last. He muted the TV, unease prickling at the back of his neck. The chimes stopped abruptly, leaving an oppressive silence in their wake. He walked over to the clock, running his fingers over its intricate carvings. "What's wrong with you now?" he muttered. As if in response, the pendulum stopped mid-swing. The air seemed to shift, growing heavier, colder. He stepped back, startled, as the clock's hands began to move backward, faster and faster, the ticking morphing into a frenzied clatter. Elliot stared in disbelief as the clock's face flickered and changed. No longer did it display numbers. It now showed a date, March 4th, 1998. His blood ran cold. That was the day his grandmother had died. The room filled with the sound of faint whispers, a cacophony of voices overlapping in an unintelligible murmur. Then, clear as day, he heard a single voice rise above the rest. Elliot. It was his grandmother's voice, unmistakable and tinged with desperation. He stumbled back, heart pounding. The clock chimed once more, and the hands returned to their normal position, the ticking resuming its steady rhythm. The whispers ceased. The room was quiet again, save for the rain outside. Elliot didn't sleep that night. He avoided the clock altogether, its dark presence looming in the corner like a silent guardian of its own secrets. The next morning, he resolved to move it to the basement. But when he approached it, he found a small, folded piece of paper wedged in the carving. It was a note written in his grandmother's shaky hand. "Do not trust it. Story 6. Rachel's new apartment was perfect, or so she thought. It was small but cozy, with large windows that let in plenty of light and a charming brick accent wall in the living room. She loved how the rain streaked the glass at night, creating patterns that danced on the walls when the streetlights shone through. But something about the brick wall felt off. It started with small things, shadows that didn't match the room's layout, shapes that seemed to move when she wasn't looking directly at them. She dismissed it as her imagination, the result of long workdays and late nights. One evening, as she curled up with a book, she noticed it again. A shadow on the wall, larger and darker than the others. It didn't move with the light or shift when she turned her lamp on and off. It was just there, like a stain that refused to fade. She ran her hand over the bricks, searching for an explanation. Her fingers brushed over a cool, damp spot, and a chill ran through her. She leaned in closer, the faint scent of earth and mildew filling her nostrils. The shadow shifted. Rachel stumbled back, her heart hammering. She stared at the wall, but it looked normal again, the shadows still. She laughed nervously, scolding herself for letting her mind play tricks. But as she turned away, a faint scraping noise stopped her in her tracks. It was coming from the wall. She pressed her ear against the bricks, straining to hear. The scraping grew louder, more frantic, as though something, or someone, was trying to get out. She backed away, her breaths shallow, as cracks began to form in the bricks. Thin lines spread like veins, and from within a dark, inky substance began to seep through. The shadow on the wall grew larger, stretching across the room until it enveloped her. The last thing she heard before everything went black was a whisper, low and guttural. Home. Story 7. Chris found the old Polaroid camera at a flea market. It was in excellent condition, and the vendor assured him it still worked. He was a sucker for vintage finds, so he bought it on a whim, excited to try it out. That evening, as the rain poured outside, he snapped a few test shots around his apartment. The first few photos were normal, his bookshelf, his cat, the view from his window. But the fourth photo was different. It showed his kitchen, but in the corner, just barely visible, was the silhouette of a person standing near the doorway. Chris frowned. He was alone in the apartment. He dismissed it as a trick of the light or a flaw in the camera. But as he took more photos, the figure appeared in every single one. Sometimes it was closer, other times it was farther away. But it was always there, just on the edge of the frame. Uneasy, Chris put the camera away and went to bed. But sleep didn't come easily. He kept thinking about the photos, about the figure that shouldn't have been there. He decided to look through them again, hoping to find an explanation. When he turned on the light, the camera was sitting on his nightstand, though he was certain he had left it in the living room. The stack of photos was next to it, and on top was a new picture he hadn't taken. It was of him, lying in bed, sound asleep. Story 8. Jacob loved hiking, even in the rain. There was something calming about the way the world quieted under the steady patter of droplets, the earthy smell of wet leaves filling the air. On this particular day, he decided to explore a trail he'd never taken before, one that wound through a dense, shadowy forest locals called the Whispering Woods. He'd always thought the name was charming, a reference to the sound of the wind rustling through the trees. But as he walked deeper into the woods, the name began to feel more literal. The rain dampened the sound of his footsteps, yet he couldn't ignore the faint murmuring that seemed to follow him. It was indistinct, like voices carried from a great distance, but there was no one else around. The further he went, the louder the whispers grew, until they seemed to surround him. He stopped in his tracks, heart racing. "Hello?" he called out, his voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. No response, only the whispering, now tinged with an urgency he couldn't understand. Then, up ahead, he saw it, a clearing with a single massive oak tree at its center. Its gnarled branches reached out like skeletal arms, and at its base was a circle of stones, moss-covered and ancient. The whispers grew deafening as he approached, the words still indecipherable but undeniably desperate. He knelt to examine the stones, noticing strange symbols carved into their surfaces. The moment his fingers brushed one of them, the whispers stopped. The silence was so complete it felt suffocating. Then, slowly, he heard something else, a single voice, clear and close. "Leave." Jacob spun around, but no one was there. The air felt heavy, charged, and the oak tree's branches seemed to sway, though there was no wind. He took a step back, his pulse hammering in his ears. The voice came again, louder this time. "Leave now." He didn't need to be told a third time. Jacob turned and ran, the rain pelting his face as he fled the clearing. The whispers resumed, growing louder and more frantic with every step, as though the forest itself was urging him to go faster. He didn't stop until he was out of the woods, the trailhead finally coming into view. Breathless, he looked back. The forest was quiet, the rain falling softly, but as he turned to leave, he noticed something carved into the sign at the trailhead. His name, Story 9. Lauren had always hated the antique mirror in her grandmother's house. It was tall and ornate, with a gilded frame that gleamed even in the dimmest light. The glass had a strange quality to it, slightly warped, so reflections always seemed a little off. When her grandmother passed away, the mirror became hers, much to her dismay. She kept it in her guest room, out of sight and out of mind. But one stormy night, as she lay in bed, she thought she heard something, a faint tapping sound. She dismissed it as the rain against the window, but the sound persisted, irregular and sharp. It seemed to be coming from the guest room. Reluctantly, she got up to investigate. The door creaked open, revealing the mirror standing silently in the corner. The room was empty otherwise, but as she turned to leave, her reflection caught her eye. It wasn't moving. She froze, staring at the mirror. Her reflection stood still, its eyes locked on hers, even as she backed away. Slowly, it raised a hand and placed it against the glass, a thin smile spreading across its face. Lauren bolted out of the room, slamming the door behind her. She spent the rest of the night on the couch, too afraid to sleep. When morning came, she worked up the courage to return to the guest room. The mirror was gone. In its place was a single handwritten note. "Thank you for letting me out. Story 10. The cabin was supposed to be an escape. After months of stress at work, Daniel had rented a small, secluded cabin in the woods for the weekend. It was cozy, with a fireplace and large windows that framed the rainy forest like a painting. The perfect place to unplug and unwind. The first night was uneventful. He read by the fire, sipped tea, and let the sound of the rain lull him to sleep. But the second night, something changed. He woke to a sound, a rhythmic tapping like fingernails against wood. At first, he thought it was a tree branch scraping against the cabin, but the sound was too deliberate. He got up to investigate, grabbing a flashlight. The sound seemed to be coming from outside, near the back of the cabin. He hesitated before stepping onto the porch, the cold night air biting at his skin. The forest was dark, the rain falling in a fine mist, but the tapping had stopped. As he turned to go back inside, he noticed something on the porch. A wet footprint, too large to be his own. It was smudged, as though the person had been dragging their foot. His stomach knotted with dread as he followed the prints, which led around the side of the cabin. There, carved into the wooden wall, were the words, "Let me in." He backed away, heart pounding, and turned to retreat inside. But when he reached the door, he froze. The words were carved into it too, deeper and more jagged. "Let me in." Daniel slammed the door shut and locked it, his breaths coming in shallow gasps. He spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, clutching a poker for protection. When morning came, he stepped outside, hoping to find some logical explanation. The carvings were gone, but the footprints remained. Only now they led away from the cabin, straight into the woods, where they disappeared without a trace. Story 11. Megan found the key on her doorstep. It was small and silver, with an ornate design etched into the handle, unlike any key she'd seen before. There was no note, no explanation, just the key sitting there as though it had always belonged to her. She picked it up, turning it over in her hands. It was heavier than it looked, cold to the touch despite the warmth of the morning. Curiosity got the better of her, and she tried it on her locks. None of them fit. She shrugged, thinking it might be a prank or a mistake, and set the key on the kitchen counter. But that night, as the rain fell in a steady rhythm, she heard it, the sound of metal scraping against metal, like a key turning in a lock. She bolted upright in bed, heart pounding. The sound came again, louder this time. It was coming from the front door. She grabbed her phone and crept toward the hallway, every nerve in her body screaming to run. The door was still locked, the deadbolt firmly in place. She stared at it for a long moment before deciding it was her imagination. But as she turned to go back to bed, the sound came again. Only now it was coming from her bedroom door. Megan froze, the phone slipping from her hand. She didn't dare move. Slowly, the doorknob began to turn, inching open with a soft creak. She slammed the door shut and locked it, her hands trembling. The key, she realized, was still on the counter. Whatever was trying to get in, it wasn't her imagination. She didn't sleep that night, her back pressed against the door as she clutched a knife from the kitchen. In the morning, the key was gone. Story 12. Sam didn't consider himself a superstitious person. He'd always found ghost stories and urban legends amusing, the kind of thing you laughed about with friends on a rainy night. But that changed after he moved into the old house on the edge of town. It was an unassuming place, a fixer-upper with a lot of potential. The previous owner had passed away, leaving it vacant for years. Sam didn't mind. It was a good deal, and he liked the challenge of restoring it. But there was one oddity he couldn't explain. The music. Every night, just as the rain began to fall, a faint melody would drift through the house. It wasn't coming from his phone or the radio. It was a soft, haunting tune, like a lullaby, played on an old piano. At first, he thought it was his imagination, the house settling, or the wind. But the melody was too precise, too deliberate. One night, he decided to investigate. He followed the sound through the darkened house, his flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. It led him to the basement door. The melody grew louder as he descended the creaking stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. The basement was empty except for a dusty piano in the corner. Sam stared at it, his breath catching in his throat. The keys moved on their own, pressing down one by one to play the familiar tune. His flashlight flickered, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw a figure sitting at the bench, its hands resting on the keys. The music stopped abruptly. The room was silent except for the sound of his own ragged breathing. He backed away slowly, his flashlight trembling in his grip. As he reached the stairs, the piano began to play again, this time faster, more urgent. He didn't wait to see what would happen next. He ran up the stairs, slamming the door behind him. That night, he left the house and never went back. But sometimes, when he sat in silence, he swore he could still hear the melody in the back of his mind, like a memory he couldn't shake. Story 13. Lila had always been curious about the house across the street. It had been abandoned for as long as she could remember, its windows dark and its front yard overgrown. The neighbors said it was cursed, though no one could agree on why. Lila dismissed the rumors as small-town gossip, but she couldn't deny the uneasy feeling it gave her, especially on rainy nights. One such night, as the rain poured in torrents, she noticed something strange. The house's front porch light was on. That had never happened before. She squinted through her window, trying to see if anyone was there, but the rain made it impossible to tell. Then, the light went out. She tried to convince herself it was nothing, a wiring issue maybe, but her curiosity got the better of her. Grabbing her umbrella, she ventured outside, the cold rain soaking her shoes as she crossed the street. The house loomed before her, its peeling paint and broken shutters more imposing up close. She knocked on the door, half expecting no answer, but after a long pause, it creaked open, revealing a dark hallway that seemed to stretch endlessly. "Hello," she called out, her voice trembling. No response. Against her better judgment, she stepped inside. The air was damp and smelled of mildew, the floorboards groaning under her weight. She wandered through the house, her footsteps echoing in the silence. It was empty, or so it seemed. Then she heard it, a faint sound coming from upstairs. A child's laugh. Lila's blood ran cold. She turned to leave, but the door slammed shut behind her. She tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The laughter grew louder, echoing through the halls. And then she saw it. a shadow at the top of the stairs, small and childlike, peering down at her. The last thing she heard before the world went dark was a whisper in her ear. "Stay with us." Story 14. Claire wasn't fond of dolls. Something about their glassy eyes and frozen smiles always unsettled her. But her grandmother had insisted she keep this one. "It's a family heirloom," she'd said, pressing the porcelain doll into Claire's hands before passing away. The doll was old, with faded clothes and hair that looked as though it had once been lovingly brushed, but was now tangled and dull. Its eyes were the worst, large and blue, with an eerie shine that seemed too lifelike. Reluctantly, Claire placed the doll on a shelf in her bedroom, where it sat collecting dust for weeks. She tried to ignore it, to forget it was there. But on one stormy night, as the rain lashed against the windows, she awoke to the feeling of being watched. Her eyes darted to the shelf. The doll was still there, sitting perfectly still, its gaze fixed straight ahead. Claire sighed, shaking her head. She was being ridiculous. It was just a doll. She turned over and tried to go back to sleep. The next morning, she noticed something strange. The doll was no longer on the shelf. It was sitting on her dresser, its head tilted slightly to the side, as though it were studying her. She froze, a chill creeping down her spine. She was certain she hadn't moved it. That night, she locked the doll in the closet, determined to put an end to her paranoia. But in the middle of the night, she woke to a faint scratching sound. It was coming from the closet. Her heart pounded as she lay frozen in bed, the sound growing louder and more frantic. And then it stopped. The next morning, she found the closet door ajar. The doll was sitting in her chair, its blue eyes locked on hers. In its lap was a note, scrawled in jagged handwriting. "Why did you lock me away?" Claire packed her things and left the apartment that day, leaving the doll behind. But sometimes, when she's alone, she swears she can hear the faint sound of scratching at her door. Story 15. Victor took the late-night train every evening after work. The ride was long and monotonous, but it was his routine, and he found comfort in the familiarity of it. The same conductor always greeted him, the same handful of passengers nodded off in their seats, and the same rain streaked the windows on stormy nights. But tonight, something was different. The car was nearly empty save for one other passenger, a man in a black coat sitting at the far end. Victor couldn't shake the feeling that the man was watching him, though he never caught him doing so directly. Every time Victor glanced his way, the man's head was bowed, his face obscured by the brim of his hat. The train rumbled along, the rain beating against the windows, and Victor tried to ignore the unease that crept over him. But when he glanced up again, the man was closer, sitting just a few seats away. Victor's breath hitched. He hadn't heard him move. The man slowly turned his head, revealing a face pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to see straight through him. "You shouldn't be here," the man said, his voice low and raspy. Victor blinked, his heart pounding. "Excuse me? This isn't your train." Victor looked around, confused. It was the same car, the same seats, the same dim lighting. "I don't understand. This is my usual train." The man smiled faintly, a chilling expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Not tonight, it isn't." Before Victor could respond, the lights in the car flickered. When they came back on, the man was gone. Victor sat frozen, unsure if he had imagined the entire encounter. But when the train pulled into the next station, he noticed something that made his blood run cold. The platform was empty. The station was dark and overgrown, the signs faded and illegible. And on the wall, scrawled in red paint, were the words, "You're not supposed to be here." Story 16. Elena moved into the old farmhouse to escape the noise of the city. The house was secluded, surrounded by fields and woods, and she relished the quiet. But she quickly discovered that the silence wasn't as comforting as she'd hoped. It began with the upstairs bedroom. No matter how much noise she made, walking, talking, playing music, The room seemed to absorb the sound. If she stepped inside, the air grew heavy, and her voice seemed to vanish. Even the sound of the rain outside disappeared as soon as she crossed the threshold. At first, she thought it was an acoustic anomaly, something to do with the way the room was built. But as the days passed, she began to notice other things. Objects moved when she wasn't looking. The door closed on its own, even when she propped it open. And the silence wasn't just an absence of sound. It was alive, oppressive, as though the room itself was watching her. One night, unable to sleep, Elena decided to confront her fear. She grabbed a flashlight and entered the room, determined to understand what was happening. The moment she stepped inside, the door slammed shut, and the silence enveloped her like a physical force. She shone the flashlight around, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The beam landed on the far wall where words had appeared, scratched into the plaster. Listen carefully. She froze, her pulse pounding in her ears. And then she heard it, a faint, distant whisper growing louder and clearer with each passing second. It was her own voice pleading, "Don't let it out." The door creaked open behind her, and the silence swallowed her whole. Story 17. Marcus had never been one to believe in the supernatural, but what happened that night made him question everything. He was sitting alone in his apartment, the sound of rain tapping against the window, when his phone rang. The screen showed an unknown number. He hesitated before answering, curiosity winning over caution. "Hello," he said. For a moment there was only static. Then a faint voice came through, distorted and distant. "Marcus, is that you?" His chest tightened. The voice sounded familiar but wrong, like an echo of someone he used to know. "Who is this?" he asked, his voice steady despite the unease creeping over him. "You have to listen to me," the voice continued, urgent and trembling. "You don't have much time. They're coming." "Who's coming?" Marcus demanded, but the line went dead. He stared at his phone, his heart racing. It had to be a prank, he told himself, but the unease lingered. A moment later, the phone rang again. Same unknown number. Against his better judgment, he answered. "Marcus?" the voice said, louder this time. "Check your door." He froze, the rain outside suddenly seeming louder, more insistent. Slowly, he turned his gaze toward the front door. A shadow moved beneath the crack of light, unmistakable and deliberate. The line crackled. "Don't let them in," the voice warned. "Whatever you do, don't..." The phone cut out again. The knocking began. Soft at first, a gentle tap, tap, tap. Then louder, more insistent. Marcus backed away, his pulse pounding in his ears. "Who's there?" he called, but no answer came. The knocking stopped abruptly, and for a moment there was silence. Then his phone buzzed. A text message this time from the same number. "They're inside." Story 18. Lucy loved antique shops. She could spend hours browsing through old trinkets, imagining the stories they carried. On a rainy afternoon, she found herself drawn to a dusty, leather-bound photo album tucked away on a shelf in the back of a shop. It was plain, unremarkable, but something about it compelled her to take it home. That evening, as the rain fell in steady sheets, she sat by the fire and opened the album. The photos inside were old, sepia-toned, depicting families and scenes from decades past. At first, it was fascinating, a glimpse into another era. But then she noticed something strange. In every photo, there was a figure in the background, barely visible but undeniably there. A man in a dark coat, his face obscured by shadow. In one photo, he stood at the edge of a group of children playing. In another, he loomed near a couple posing by a lake. The further she flipped through the album, the closer the figure seemed to get. In one of the last photos, he was standing directly behind a woman sitting on a porch, his hand resting on her shoulder. Lucy's stomach churned. She turned to the final photo and gasped. It was a picture of her sitting in her living room, the album in her lap. Behind her, the man in the dark coat stood, his face still hidden but his presence undeniable. A cold draft swept through the room, extinguishing the fire. Lucy spun around, but the room was empty. When she turned back to the album, the photos were blank. Story 19. David had driven the same route home for years. It was a straight shot down the highway, a path he could navigate in his sleep. But on this rainy night, the road seemed different. The familiar landmarks were gone, replaced by dense trees and an unfamiliar mist that clung to the asphalt like smoke. He thought about turning back, but the road behind him had vanished into the fog. His GPS was useless, the screen flashing an error message. The only choice was to keep driving. After what felt like hours, he saw a dim light in the distance. Relief flooded him as he approached a small diner, its neon sign flickering weakly. He pulled into the empty parking lot, the rain pounding on his windshield. The diner looked old, its windows fogged and its paint peeling, but it was a beacon in the middle of nowhere. Inside, the air was warm but heavy, the smell of coffee and something metallic filling his nostrils. A single waitress stood behind the counter, her back to him. She turned slowly as the door closed, her face pale and emotionless. "Welcome," she said, her voice flat. "You've been expected." David frowned. "I think I'm lost. Can you tell me where I am?" The waitress didn't answer. Instead, she gestured to a booth near the window. Reluctantly, he sat down. The table was set with a single cup of coffee, steam rising from the mug. He hadn't ordered anything. As he stared into the dark liquid, the waitress slid a newspaper onto the table. The headline caught his eye. "Local man dies in car accident." Beneath it was a photo of his car, crumpled and overturned. David looked up, his heart pounding, but the diner was empty. The waitress, the counter, the lights, all gone. He was sitting in his car again, rain streaming down the windshield. A pair of headlights appeared in the distance, speeding toward him, and he realized too late what was happening. Story 20. Sarah's apartment was nothing special, but it was hers, a small studio on the 4th floor of an old building. She liked its quirks, the creaky floors, the chipped paint, and even the ancient closet with its heavy wooden door. On rainy nights, the closet door sometimes rattled in its frame, as though the wind had found its way inside. She always chalked it up to the building's age and thought little of it. But tonight was different. The rain outside was heavier than usual, pounding against the windows, and the rattling of the closet door seemed louder, more deliberate. Sarah tried to ignore it, pulling her blanket tighter around her as she watched TV. But when the door creaked open just a sliver, she froze. "Hello," she called, her voice trembling. There was no response, only the steady sound of rain and the faint creak of the door as it opened wider. She grabbed her phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the closet. It was empty, just a small space with a hanging rod and a few forgotten boxes. She sighed in relief, scolding herself for being so jumpy, and closed the door tightly. But as she turned back toward the couch, she heard it, a soft whisper coming from behind her. Her breath caught as she spun around, the flashlight trembling in her hand. The closet door was open again, but this time the shadows inside were deeper, darker, stretching out toward her. The whisper came again, louder this time. "Let me out." Sarah backed away, her heart pounding. The shadows moved, coalescing into a shape, a figure, tall and thin, its eyes glinting in the flashlight's beam. She dropped the phone and bolted for the front door, her hands fumbling with the lock. Behind her, the closet door slammed shut, the sound echoing through the apartment. When she finally turned back, the room was silent. The closet door was closed, as if it had never opened. But she didn't sleep that night, the whispered words replaying in her mind over and over again. "Let me out." Story 21. Ryan was on a business trip, staying at a small roadside hotel. The room was standard, Beige walls, a lumpy mattress, and a faint smell of disinfectant. It wasn't luxury, but it would do for one night. The rain outside added to the room's dreariness, the sound of droplets tapping steadily against the window. As he unpacked, he noticed something odd about the mirror above the dresser. It wasn't a standard rectangle. It was circular with a thick black frame. Something about it felt wrong, though he couldn't say why. He avoided looking directly at it, focusing instead on his laptop and the presentation he had to finish for the morning. At some point, he glanced up and froze. In the mirror, his reflection was staring back at him, but it wasn't moving. Ryan raised a hand, and his reflection didn't follow. It simply stood there, its eyes locked on his. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he moved closer to the mirror. The reflection didn't change. Slowly, he reached out to touch the glass, his fingers trembling. As soon as they made contact, the room went dark. The rain outside grew louder, a deafening roar that drowned out everything else. Ryan stumbled backward, groping for the light switch, but when he flipped it on, nothing happened. The only light came from the mirror, which now glowed faintly, its surface rippling like water. And then he saw it, his reflection stepping out of the frame, its movements slow and deliberate. It smiled at him, a cold, hollow expression, and said in a voice that wasn't quite his own, "You don't need this life anymore." Ryan didn't stay to find out what it meant. He ran out of the room, leaving his belongings behind. When he returned the next morning with the hotel manager, the room was empty. The mirror was gone. Story 22. Emma loved hiking, even in bad weather. The rain didn't bother her. In fact, she found it peaceful. On this particular day, she decided to explore a new trail she'd heard about, a hidden path deep in the forest. The entrance was hard to find, overgrown with ivy and nearly invisible from the main trail, but she felt a strange pull toward it. The path wound through dense trees, the canopy above blocking out most of the light. The rain turned the dirt beneath her boots into slippery mud, but she pressed on. As she walked, she began to notice something strange. The forest was silent, eerily so. No birds, no rustling leaves, just the sound of her own footsteps. She came across an old wooden sign, its paint faded and unreadable. Beyond it, the path split into two directions. She chose the left fork, though she couldn't explain why. The air grew colder and the trees seemed to close in around her, their twisted branches forming almost human shapes. After what felt like hours, she reached a clearing. In the center was a small cabin, its windows dark and its door slightly ajar. Emma hesitated, a sense of unease creeping over her. But curiosity won out, and she stepped inside. The cabin was empty, filled only with dust and the smell of damp wood. On the table was a single object, a photograph. It showed a group of hikers standing in front of the same cabin, their faces blurred and unrecognizable. In the corner of the photo, barely visible, was Emma. The realization hit her like a punch to the chest. She had never been here before. Had she? A sudden noise behind her made her spin around, but the cabin was empty. The door slammed shut and the rain outside fell harder, drowning out the sound of her scream. Story 23. Noah's shift at the diner always ended late, often well past midnight. By the time he got home, the streets were deserted, the rain-slick pavement reflecting the dim glow of streetlights. He lived in a small house on the edge of town, its solitude a comfort most nights. But tonight, as the rain drummed against the windows, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He was settling into bed when he heard it. A soft knock at the door. His stomach tightened. It was almost 2 a.m. Who would be visiting at this hour? Peeking through the curtains, he saw nothing but the rain-soaked porch. The knocking came again, louder this time. He grabbed his phone, hesitating before unlocking the door. "Who's there?" he called out, his voice shaky. No response. Against his better judgment, he opened the door slightly, peering into the darkness. The porch was empty. He He stepped outside, shivering as the cold rain soaked through his shirt. A faint sound caught his attention, footsteps squelching in the mud around the side of the house. "Nope," he muttered, retreating back inside and locking the door. But as he turned around, he froze. A figure stood at the end of the hallway, its silhouette tall and unyielding. Noah's breath caught in his throat. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, it began to move closer, its footsteps eerily silent. Noah stumbled backward, his phone slipping from his hand. The figure stopped just short of the dim light spilling from the kitchen, its features still obscured. Then, in a low, guttural voice, it whispered, "You left the door open." Noah's heart raced as he turned toward the door. It was wide open, rain pouring in. When he turned back, the figure was gone. Story 24. Kara had always loved the mountains. She often spent her weekends hiking alone, enjoying the solitude and the crisp, clean air. On this particular trip, she found herself drawn to an unmarked trail that twisted upward through dense evergreens. The rain had started lightly but grew heavier as she climbed, each step taking her deeper into the mist-shrouded wilderness. She reached a clearing as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in shadows. The rain muffled every sound, and the stillness felt almost oppressive. That's when she heard it, a voice, faint and distant, calling her name. Kara. She froze, her pulse quickening. It was impossible. No one knew she was here. "Hello?" she called out, her voice trembling. The reply came almost immediately, a perfect echo of her own voice. "Hello?" Kara's stomach churned. It wasn't just an echo, it was too deliberate, too clear. She turned in a slow circle, searching for the source, but the mist was too thick. The voice came again, closer this time. "Kara, over here." She stepped toward the sound, her boots crunching on wet gravel. Her own voice greeted her again, softer now, coaxing her forward. "This way." The clearing gave way to a steep drop, a jagged cliff overlooking a dark valley. The rain fell harder, making the ground slippery. Kara stopped just short of the edge, her heart pounding. The voice called once more, directly behind her now. She spun around, but no one was there, only the wind and rain. And then she saw it, a figure, her exact likeness, standing a few feet away, smiling faintly. The doppelganger spoke in her voice, its tone cold and hollow. "Jump, it's the only way to leave." Kara stumbled back, her foot slipping on the slick rock. As she fell, the figure leaned over the edge, watching her descent, with that same eerie smile. Story 25. Ethan's apartment was unremarkable. 2 bedrooms, a tiny kitchen, and a living room barely big enough for a couch and a TV. He'd lived there for years, comfortable in its predictability. But one rainy evening, as he prepared to settle in for the night, he noticed something strange. A door he'd never seen before. It was at the end of the hallway where there had always been a blank wall. The door was plain, painted the same color as the rest of the apartment, as if it had always been there. Ethan stared at it for a long moment, his mind racing for an explanation. Was he imagining things? Had it been there all along, and he just never noticed? Curiosity got the better of him. He turned the knob and the door creaked open. The room beyond was empty, its walls bare and its floor covered in dust. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and something metallic. He stepped inside, his footsteps echoing unnaturally in the small space. The door slammed shut behind him. Ethan spun around, his heart racing. The doorknob wouldn't budge. Panic set in as he pounded on the door, shouting for help. But the only response was the rain outside, muffled and distant. Then he heard it, a faint scratching sound coming from the walls. It grew louder, more frantic, as though something was trying to claw its way through. The walls began to shift, dark stains spreading across the plaster like veins. Shadows moved in the corners, taking on shapes that shouldn't exist. The scratching stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. And then, from the other side of the door, a voice spoke. Ethan's voice. "You're not supposed to be here." The room went dark. Story 26. Lila had always been an early riser. She enjoyed the quiet hours of dawn, sipping coffee as the world slowly woke around her. Her apartment overlooked a small park, its pathways winding through clusters of trees and benches. On rainy mornings, the park was often deserted, the damp air leaving the paths slick and shiny. But one morning, as she gazed out the window, she saw someone standing under a street lamp in the park. The figure was motionless, their head tilted slightly upward as though staring directly at her window. She squinted, trying to make out their features, but the rain blurred her view. She shook it off, telling herself it was just a passerby. But when she glanced back a few minutes later, the figure was still there, standing perfectly still. Unease prickled at her. Who would stand in the rain like that? And why hadn't they moved? As the hours passed, the figure remained. Lila tried to go about her day, but her gaze kept returning to the park, to the unmoving silhouette beneath the street lamp. By evening, the rain had stopped, but the figure was still there. Curiosity gave way to fear. She closed her curtains and turned on every light in her apartment, trying to banish the unsettling image from her mind. But as she prepared for bed, she couldn't resist one last peek. She pulled the curtain back and her breath caught in her throat. The figure was closer now, standing in the middle of the street, directly under a light that illuminated their face, or rather, the lack of it. Their head was featureless, a smooth expanse where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been. The figure tilted its head again, as though acknowledging her. And then, slowly, it raised a hand and waved. Story 27. Jake loved the rain, but this storm was different. It had started 3 days ago, and it hadn't stopped since. The streets were flooded, the sky a constant shade of gray, and the air carried a damp chill that seeped into his bones. By the 4th day, the rain seemed to take on a life of its own. It wasn't just water falling from the sky. It was heavier, thicker, almost alive. People began to whisper about strange things happening. Shadows moving in the downpour, shapes forming in the puddles. Whispers carried on the wind. Jake dismissed it as paranoia until the night he saw it for himself. He was lying in bed, listening to the rhythmic patter against his window, when he noticed something unusual. The water on the glass wasn't running down in smooth streaks. It was pooling, forming letters. He sat up, staring in disbelief as the water spelled out a single word. Run. His stomach twisted. He threw on a jacket and stepped outside, the rain soaking him instantly. The street was deserted, the air thick and oppressive. As he looked around, he noticed shapes forming in the rain. Humanoid figures, translucent and shimmering, their faces blurred but their presence undeniable. One of them stepped closer, its hand reaching out. Jake stumbled back, the water rising around his ankles, pulling at him like unseen hands. He turned and ran, the rain growing heavier, the figures following. Their whispers grew louder, echoing in his ears, though he couldn't understand the words. He didn't stop until he was out of the neighborhood, the rain finally easing as he reached a gas station on the highway. He turned to look back, but his neighborhood was gone, swallowed by the storm, the figures vanishing with it. Story 28. Mia hated her apartment building's basement. It was dark, musty, and the single bare bulb barely lit the narrow staircase leading down. She only went there when absolutely necessary, like tonight, when the rain had shorted out the building's power and tripped the breaker. Armed with a flashlight, she made her way down the creaking stairs, the beam of light cutting through the shadows. The air grew colder as she descended, the faint smell of damp concrete filling her nostrils. The breaker box was at the far end of the basement, past rows of rusted shelves and forgotten furniture. As she reached the bottom step, she heard it. The sound of footsteps. She froze, the flashlight shaking in her hand. "Hello?" she called out, her voice echoing in the empty space. No response. She took a deep breath and moved forward, her footsteps cautious. The breaker box loomed ahead, its metal door slightly ajar. She reached for it, but the footsteps came again, louder this time and closer. She spun around, the flashlight beam sweeping the room. There was no one there, but the sound continued. Slow, deliberate steps, as though someone were descending the stairs. Her stomach clenched as she realized something was wrong. The sound wasn't coming from the staircase behind her. It was coming from beneath her. The footsteps stopped, replaced by a low, guttural sound, a breath, deep and ragged. The concrete beneath her feet began to crack, thin lines spreading outward like spider webs. She didn't wait to see what was coming. Dropping the flashlight, she bolted up the stairs, her heart pounding. When she reached the top and slammed the door shut, the power flickered back on. She never went back to the basement, and the building superintendent never mentioned anything unusual. But sometimes, late at night, she could still hear the faint sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing from below. Story 29. Jenna had lived with her roommate, Alice, for almost a year. They got along well enough, though Alice was often out late or disappeared for days without explanation. Jenna didn't mind. She enjoyed the quiet when Alice wasn't around. On this rainy evening, she assumed Alice was out again. The apartment was silent except for the soft patter of rain against the windows. As Jenna cooked dinner, she heard the sound of the front door opening. "Alice," she called, but there was no response. She peeked into the living room and saw Alice's bag on the floor and her coat dripping rainwater onto the tile. Jenna frowned. "Alice, you okay?" Still no answer. Jenna shrugged and returned to her cooking, figuring Alice was just in one of her moods. But as the evening wore on, unease settled in. The apartment felt wrong. She kept hearing faint noises, footsteps, the creak of a door, the rustle of fabric. Each time she checked, the apartment was empty. Finally, she decided to knock on Alice's bedroom door. "Alice, are you in there?" The door creaked open slightly, revealing a dark room. Jenna hesitated before stepping inside, her heart pounding. The bed was neatly made, untouched, and the room was empty. Confused, she turned to leave and froze. Alice was standing in the doorway, her face pale and her eyes wide with fear. "You shouldn't be in here," she whispered. Jenna stepped back, her pulse racing. "Alice, what's going on?" Before Alice could answer, a sound came from behind Jenna, the closet door creaking open. She turned slowly, her breath catching as a figure emerged from the shadows, its face hidden, its movements jerky and unnatural. When Jenna looked back, Alice was gone, the doorway empty. She ran out of the room, slamming the door behind her. That night, she packed a bag and left the apartment, never looking back. Story 30. Michael worked late and missed the last train home. The rain was relentless, soaking him as he stood on the corner trying to hail a taxi. After several failed attempts, a cab finally pulled up. The driver was an older man with a kindly face, the faint scent of cigar smoke clinging to his clothes. "Where to?" the driver asked, his voice gravelly but warm. Michael gave his address, grateful to finally be out of the rain. The cab's interior was dim, the windows fogged from the damp night. As they drove, Michael noticed something odd. The streets seemed unfamiliar, darker and narrower than they should have been. He leaned forward. "I think you missed the turn?" The driver didn't respond. Michael's unease grew as the cab continued down the desolate road. "Hey, I said you missed the turn. Are you listening?" The driver finally glanced at him in the rearview mirror. His eyes weren't kind anymore. They were hollow, dark pits that seemed to pull Michael in. "This is the way," the driver said, his voice now low and cold. Michael's heart pounded. He reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't budge. The cab slowed to a stop in front of a building that looked abandoned, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling. "This is your stop," the driver said. The door unlocked with a click, and Michael scrambled out, the rain drenching him as he stumbled toward the building. The cab drove off, its taillights disappearing into the darkness. Michael turned back to the building and froze. His name was carved into the wooden door. Story 31. Samantha had always been fascinated by vintage technology, so when she found an old dusty radio at a thrift store, she couldn't resist bringing it home. The rain poured outside as she plugged it in, excited to see if it still worked. At first, there was only static, the faint hiss filling the room. Then a voice crackled through. "Hello, Samantha." She froze, her fingers hovering over the dial. "Who's there?" The voice was distorted, deep and unnatural. "You shouldn't have turned it on." The static returned, louder now, almost deafening. Samantha tried to turn the radio off, but the knob wouldn't budge. The voice came again, sharper this time. "They're coming." The room grew colder, the rain outside pounding harder against the windows. Shadows began to move along the walls, twisting and contorting into impossible shapes. Samantha backed away from the radio, her heart racing. Suddenly, the static stopped. The room was silent. The voice came one last time, soft and mocking. "You can't turn it off." The radio burst into flames and Samantha fled the apartment. When she returned the next day, the radio was gone, and in its place was a single message scrawled on the wall. "We're still listening." Story 32. Rebecca hated the sound of her phone ringing late at night. It always startled her, the sharp tone cutting through the quiet of her apartment. Tonight, it was worse. The rain was heavy, drowning out all other noise, making the ringing even more jarring. She glanced at the clock, 2:14 a.m. The caller ID showed unknown number. She hesitated before answering. "Hello?" No response, only silence. "Hello? Who is this?" Still nothing. She hung up, her heart beating faster than she liked to admit. Minutes later, the phone rang again. Same number. This time, she let it go to voicemail. When she checked the message, her stomach dropped. It was nothing but silence, until the very end, when she heard her own voice, faint and trembling. "Hello? Who is this?" Her blood ran cold. She hadn't said those words into the voicemail. The phone rang again, and this time she answered with shaking hands. "What do you want?" A faint whisper came through, barely audible over the rain. "I'm already here." Rebecca's eyes darted around her apartment, every shadow suddenly sinister. The line went dead. A soft knock came from her bedroom closet. Story 33. Eric had always been meticulous about his nightly routine. He'd wash his face, brush his teeth, and check the locks on every door and window before going to bed. His bathroom mirror, large and spotless, was the last thing he saw before turning out the lights. Tonight, the rain created an eerie ambiance, its rhythm steady and calming. As he leaned over the sink, scrubbing his face, he glanced up at the mirror and froze. His reflection wasn't moving. He stood still, water dripping from his chin, as his reflection slowly tilted its head, a crooked smile spreading across its face. Eric stumbled backward, his heart hammering. The reflection didn't follow his movements. Instead, it raised a hand and pressed it against the glass, as though trying to reach through. "Let me out," it whispered, its voice low and distorted. He grabbed a towel and threw it over the mirror, his breaths shallow and ragged. But as he turned to leave, he felt a cold hand grip his shoulder. Story 34. Emma didn't recognize the handwriting on the envelope. It was thick, yellowed parchment, sealed with a deep red wax stamp. She found it in her mailbox on a rainy afternoon, though it had no return address or postage. Curious, she opened it and unfolded the letter inside. The words were written in elegant cursive, but they made no sense. Your time has come. They are waiting for you. Follow the rain. She frowned, confused and uneasy. The rain outside seemed louder suddenly, a steady downpour that rattled her windows. Dismissing the letter as some elaborate prank, she tossed it aside and went about her evening. But the rain didn't stop. Days passed and the storm grew worse, trapping her in the house. Each time she looked outside, the rain seemed heavier, the world beyond her windows blurred and unrecognizable. And then she noticed something. Figures, barely visible in the downpour, standing motionless just beyond her yard. The next morning, another letter appeared on her doorstep. This time it was shorter. They've arrived. That night, the figures moved closer. Story 35. The power had gone out during the storm, leaving Sarah stranded in the office building long after everyone else had gone home. She was on the 15th floor, and with the elevators out of service, she resigned herself to a long walk down the stairwell. Halfway down, the lights flickered back on, and the familiar ding of the elevator echoed through the empty halls. Relieved, Sarah pressed the button, and the doors slid open. She stepped inside and hit the button for the ground floor. The elevator jolted to life, descending slowly. But as it passed each floor, the small display flickered and glitched. Instead of numbers, strange symbols appeared. Circles, slashes, shapes that made no sense. The car shuddered to a stop between floors, and the lights went out completely. Panic bubbled up as Sarah fumbled for her phone, using its flashlight to illuminate the small space. She pressed the emergency button, but it didn't respond. And then she saw it. A handprint, wet and smudged, on the mirrored wall behind her. Her reflection stared back at her, but something was wrong. The face in the mirror wasn't hers, it was distorted, its features twisted into an expression of pure malice. It smiled at her, then lifted its hand to knock on the glass from the inside. The elevator jolted again, and the doors opened. Sarah stumbled out onto an empty, unfamiliar floor. The hallway stretched endlessly in both directions, and the rain outside was deafening. The elevator doors closed behind her, leaving her trapped in the labyrinthine space, with the sound of her reflection's laughter echoing in her ears. Story 36. Derek worked nights at a convenience store off the highway. It wasn't glamorous, but it was quiet, and he didn't mind the occasional late-night oddity. On stormy nights like this, the place was nearly dead, the rain slapping against the windows and muffling the hum of the fluorescent lights. It was almost 3 a.m. when the door chimed, signaling a customer. Derek looked up to see a man soaked to the bone, his coat dripping onto the floor. He moved slowly, almost mechanically, as he browsed the shelves. "Rough night?" Derek asked, trying to make conversation. The man didn't reply, his back turned as he inspected a row of canned soup. Something about him felt off. His movements were too stiff, his presence too heavy. Derek glanced at the security monitor. The screen showed an empty store. No customer, no dripping coat, nothing but Derek behind the counter. He blinked, his stomach knotting. When he looked back up, the man was standing at the counter, his face hidden beneath the brim of a rain-soaked hat. "Forgot my change last time," the man said, his voice low and gravelly. He extended a hand, palm up. Derek's blood ran cold. He didn't recognize the man, but his face was eerily familiar, like a faded photograph he couldn't quite place. Trembling, Derek reached into the till and handed him a few coins. The man tipped his hat, a faint, chilling smile playing at his lips. "See you again." As he turned to leave, Derek noticed something else. The man's footprints weren't water. They were blood, trailing from the counter to the door. When Derek rushed outside to follow, the man was gone, and the rain had already washed the trail away. Story 37. Ella had always loved antique shops, and the small painting she found in the corner of a dusty store was no exception. It was an oil portrait of a young woman in a pale blue dress, her expression serene, her dark eyes seeming to follow Ella wherever she moved. There was something hauntingly beautiful about it, and she couldn't resist buying it. That night, as the rain drummed against the windows, Ella hung the painting in her bedroom. She admired it for a few moments before climbing into bed, the woman's gaze a comforting presence in the otherwise empty room. She woke in the middle of the night to a strange sound, a soft rustling like fabric brushing against wood. Groggily, she glanced toward the painting. The woman's eyes were no longer serene. They were wide, filled with terror, and her mouth was slightly open, as though she were about to scream. Ella's heart raced. She turned on the bedside lamp, and the painting returned to normal. "It's just my imagination," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling. But when she turned off the light, the woman's expression had changed again. Her gaze was now fixed on something behind Ella. Ella se congeló. La habitación se estaba volviendo más fría. El sonido de la lluvia afuera se ahogaba por el latido de su propio corazón. Slowly, she turned to look over her shoulder. There was nothing there. When she faced the painting again, the woman was gone. The frame was empty. A cold hand touched Ella's shoulder. Story 38. Liam had grown used to walking home through the park after his late shifts. It was quicker than taking the long way around, and he liked the peacefulness of the trees, even on rainy nights like this one. Tonight, however, the park felt different. The fog was thicker than usual, swirling in the beams of the street lights and muffling the sounds of the rain. As he walked, he noticed something strange. The fog seemed to move with him, clinging to his footsteps and carrying with it faint whispers. At first, he thought it was the wind, but the whispers grew clearer, distinct words forming in the mist. "Liam." He froze, his breath visible in the cold air. "Who's there?" The fog thickened, the whispers overlapping now, a chorus of voices calling his name. He turned in a slow circle, the trees and path obscured by the swirling gray. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and shapes began to form in the mist. Vague outlines of figures, their features indistinct but their presence undeniable. "Stay with us," one voice said, soft and pleading. "No," another whispered, harsher. "Run." Liam didn't wait to find out which voice was right. He sprinted toward the edge of the park, the fog clawing at him, the whispers following like an unseen tide. When he burst onto the street, the air was clear, the rain falling steadily. He looked back, but the park was gone, replaced by an empty lot. Story 39. Rachel was driving home late at night, the rain turning the highway into a shimmering blur. She had just passed a rest stop when her phone buzzed with a notification from her rideshare app. "Thank you for your ride. You've earned $10. She frowned, confused. She hadn't taken any passengers tonight. Checking the app, she saw the trip had started at the rest stop she just passed. The map showed the drop-off point as her own house. Her pulse quickened. She glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. A figure was sitting in the back seat, their face hidden in shadow. Rachel gripped the steering wheel, her mind racing. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice trembling. The figure didn't respond. Instead, they leaned forward, their breath icy against her neck. "You missed my turn." She slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt on the rain-slick road. When she turned around, the back seat was empty. Rachel drove the rest of the way home in silence, her hands shaking. When she arrived, her app buzzed again. The notification read, "Thank you for the ride. See you soon." Story 40. Tom had been hired to catalog the belongings of an old, abandoned mansion. The rain poured down as he arrived, the building looming dark and silent against the gray sky. Inside, the house smelled of damp wood and mildew, its vast halls lined with cobwebbed furniture and forgotten relics. On the second floor, he found a room with a locked door. The key was nowhere to be found, but he could hear faint scratching sounds from within, like nails on wood. The sound stopped when he leaned in closer, replaced by a soft, rhythmic tapping. Curiosity burned in him. He searched every drawer and cabinet, finally uncovering a small rusted key in an old chest. When he returned to the door, the scratching resumed, louder this time. Taking a deep breath, he unlocked it. The room beyond was cold, the air heavy and still. A single chair sat in the center, facing a blank wall. The walls were covered in deep gouges, as though something had clawed at them in desperation. On the chair sat a book, its cover plain and unmarked. Tom picked it up, flipping through its pages. They were blank except for the last one, which read, "You shouldn't have opened the door." The chair creaked behind him. Story 41. Sophie's new apartment had a beautiful view of the city. She loved sitting by the large window, watching the rain as it streaked the glass and blurred the distant lights. But tonight, as she sat with her tea, she noticed something unusual. A face was reflected in the window, pale, gaunt, and unfamiliar. It wasn't her own. She whipped around, but the room was empty. Her breath quickened as she turned back to the window. The face was still there, staring at her with hollow eyes. It smiled faintly, and she realized with a sinking dread that its reflection was clearer than her own. Suddenly, the lights in her apartment flickered. The rain outside grew louder, and the face began to move, its expression shifting as though trying to speak. Sophie stumbled back, knocking over her tea. The power went out. In the darkness, she heard a soft tapping on the glass. Slowly, she approached the window, her reflection now gone, replaced entirely by the face. It mouthed two words, "Let me." Before she could react, the glass shattered inward. Story 42. Matt loved exploring abandoned buildings. On a rainy afternoon, he stumbled across an old factory at the edge of town. Its windows were broken, and its walls were covered in peeling paint and graffiti. Inside, the air was damp, the rain dripping through holes in the roof. In the back of the building, he found a staircase that seemed to lead nowhere. It spiraled upward into darkness, its steps worn and uneven. Matt felt an inexplicable pull to climb it, despite the uneasy feeling gnawing at his gut. He began his ascent, the steps creaking under his weight. The air grew colder as he climbed, the shadows deeper. After what felt like an eternity, he reached the top, only to find another staircase leading down. Confused but intrigued, Matt descended. He expected to return to the ground floor, but the room he entered was unfamiliar. It was smaller, darker, and smelled of mildew. A single door stood at the far end. When he opened it, he found himself back at the bottom of the first staircase, the rain outside louder than before. But something was wrong. The graffiti on the walls had changed, forming words. "You can't leave." Story 43. Olivia walked home every evening through the same quiet streets, rain or shine. Tonight the rain was heavier than usual, the streetlights casting long, shimmering reflections on the wet pavement. She pulled her hood tighter, her footsteps echoing in the stillness. As she passed a puddle, she noticed something strange. The reflection wasn't looking at her. It was staring straight ahead, its expression blank and unmoving. Olivia stopped, her heart racing, and bent down to examine the water. The reflection blinked. She stumbled back, her breath catching in her throat. Slowly, she looked into another puddle nearby. This time, the reflection smiled, a wide, unnatural grin that sent a chill through her. The rain grew heavier, and more puddles formed around her. In each one, the reflection appeared, its expression changing as though trying to communicate. Then, in unison, they all mouthed the same word, "Run." Olivia turned and sprinted down the street, the puddles rippling with movement as though something was emerging from them. When she reached her apartment, she slammed the door shut, but the sound of rain didn't stop. Inside her living room, a puddle had formed on the floor. Her reflection was waiting. Story 44. Ben had always been fascinated by the abandoned radio tower on the outskirts of town. On a stormy night, curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to explore it. The rain was relentless, making the climb up the hill slippery and treacherous. By the time he reached the tower, he was soaked to the bone. The tower stood tall and ominous against the stormy sky, its rusted frame creaking in the wind. At the base, the door to the control room hung ajar, swaying slightly. Ben stepped inside, the air heavy with the smell of rust and damp. Old equipment cluttered the room, dusty monitors, a broken chair, and a radio transmitter that looked decades old. He couldn't resist flipping a few switches, though he doubted anything still worked. To his surprise, the transmitter crackled to life. A voice came through, distorted but unmistakably human. Ben, he froze. His name echoed in the static. Hello? He said, his voice trembling. Who is this? The reply was faint but clear. I'm at the top. His stomach tightened. He glanced up the spiral staircase that led to the observation platform. The rain lashed against the windows, the wind howling through the gaps in the walls. Against his better judgment, he started climbing. Each step creaked under his weight, the air growing colder as he ascended. When he reached the platform, he found it empty, save for an old chair facing the window. On it was a photograph of him standing at the base of the tower, taken just minutes ago. The radio crackled again. I'm behind you. Story 45. Maggie loved bookstores, especially small, hidden ones that seemed to have secrets in every corner. On a rainy evening, she stumbled upon one she'd never seen before, tucked into an alley she didn't remember passing before. Inside, the air was warm and smelled of old paper. The shelves were crammed with books, many of them leather-bound and ancient-looking. A bell jingled softly as she entered, but the shop appeared empty. As she browsed, she noticed a book that stood out. It was large, bound in black leather, with no title or markings on the spine. She pulled it from the shelf and opened it to find her name written on the first page in elegant script. Startled, she flipped through the pages. Each one detailed moments from her life, written in vivid detail. Her first day of school, her favorite childhood pet, her most embarrassing moment. Her hands trembled as she reached the final page, which described her standing in the bookstore, reading the book. The last line read, "Turn around." The bell jingled again. Story 46. Mark lived alone in a small house at the edge of the woods. On stormy nights, the rain was so loud he could barely hear himself think. But tonight, amidst the drumming of the rain, he heard something else. A soft, deliberate knock on the window. He froze. It was past midnight, and his house was surrounded by nothing but trees. Who would be out there in this weather? Slowly he approached the window, the rain blurring his view. He saw nothing but darkness. The knock came again, this time from a different window. Mark's pulse quickened. He moved to the next room, peering out cautiously. Again, there was nothing. The knocking continued, moving from window to window, always slow, always deliberate. Then it came from the front door. Mark grabbed a flashlight and opened the door, shining the beam into the rain-soaked night. A figure stood at the edge of the porch, its face obscured by the shadows. Before he could say a word, the figure whispered, "Let me in." Mark slammed the door and locked it, his heart pounding. The knocking stopped. The house was silent save for the rain. But when he turned around, muddy footprints led from the door to the center of the room, and a voice whispered from behind him, "I'm already inside." Story 47. Julia was an artist, her small studio filled with canvases of all shapes and sizes. She often worked late into the night, especially on stormy evenings when the rain inspired her. One night, she decided to work on a large canvas she'd left untouched for weeks. It was a portrait she couldn't quite finish, the face always eluding her. As she painted, her brush moved almost on its own, strokes coming easily, the figure's features taking shape. The face that emerged was hauntingly beautiful, but there was something unsettling about the eyes, dark and piercing, as as though they were watching her. When she stepped back to admire her work, she froze. The figure's expression had changed. It was smiling now, a cold, mocking grin. Julia's heart raced as she moved closer, trying to convince herself it was a trick of the light. But when she touched the canvas, the paint was dry, as though it had been finished for years. That night she woke to the sound of rain and the feeling of being watched. The painting was no longer on the easel. It was leaning against the wall at the foot of her bed, the figure's eyes fixed on hers. The grin widened. Story 48. Simon had always been drawn to antiques, and the clock he found at the flea market was too beautiful to pass up. It was small but intricate, its gears exposed beneath a glass dome, ticking softly even though he hadn't wound it. The seller had warned him it was temperamental, but Simon brushed it off as sales banter. That night, as the rain pattered against the windows, Simon placed the clock on his nightstand and admired it. The ticking was soothing, almost hypnotic. But at exactly midnight, the clock stopped. Its hands froze at 12, and the ticking ceased. Simon reached over to tap the glass, but before he could touch it, the clock started again. The hands moved backward, spinning faster and faster. A low hum filled the room, growing louder until it became a deafening roar. Simon grabbed the clock to stop it, but the moment his fingers touched the glass, the room around him shifted. He was no longer in his bedroom. He stood in a dimly lit workshop, surrounded by rows of clocks, all ticking in unison. An old man sat at a workbench, his back to Simon, humming a haunting tune. The man turned slowly, his face pale and expressionless. "You shouldn't have taken it," the man said, his voice hollow. Simon tried to speak, but the hum of the clocks grew louder, drowning him out. The old man stood and reached for Simon, his hand cold as ice. When Simon blinked, he was back in his room, the clock sitting silently on the nightstand. Its hands were frozen at 12. He never touched it again. Story 49. Erica was driving home late at night, the rain turning the road into a shimmering ribbon. Her route took her over an old bridge, its wooden planks slick and creaking beneath her tires. The bridge was long and narrow, spanning a deep, dark river. Halfway across, her headlights caught a figure standing in the middle of the bridge. It was a woman, drenched from the rain, her long hair hanging in wet strands over her face. Erica slowed to a stop, rolling down her window. "Are you okay?" she called out. The woman didn't respond. She simply stood there, her head tilted slightly. Erica's unease grew as she noticed something strange. The rain wasn't hitting the woman. She was completely dry, despite standing in the downpour. Before Erica could react, the woman looked up, revealing hollow black eyes. Her lips moved silently, but Erica heard the words clearly in her head. "You shouldn't have stopped." The woman vanished, and Erica's car stalled. The rain seemed to grow heavier, the bridge groaning beneath her. In the rearview mirror, she saw the woman again, standing just behind her car, her hollow eyes fixed on Erica. The engine roared back to life, and Erica sped across the bridge, never looking back. When she got home, her rear bumper was covered in muddy handprints. Story 50. David worked as a night janitor at an old office building downtown. The building was vast, its hallways long and identical, making it easy to lose his bearings. On rainy nights, the sound of the storm echoed through the empty halls, adding to the eerie atmosphere. One night, as he finished cleaning the top floor, he noticed something strange. A hallway that shouldn't have been there stretched out before him. The walls were bare, and the fluorescent lights flickered weakly. Confused, he decided to investigate. The hallway seemed to go on forever, each step echoing louder than the last. The further he walked, the more the air seemed to change. It grew colder, heavier, as though the walls were closing in. David turned to go back, but the way behind him was gone, replaced by more hallway. Panic set in as he began to run. The lights flickered more violently, casting long, distorted shadows. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, matching his pace but growing louder, closer. He didn't dare look back. At the end of the hallway, a single door appeared. He flung it open and stumbled through, finding himself in the building's lobby. The rain pounded against the glass doors, the world outside seemingly unchanged. But when he turned back to look at the hallway, there was only a blank wall. His keys were still in his hand, but his cleaning cart was nowhere to be found. Story 51. Lena found the mirror at a thrift store. It was an ornate piece, its golden frame covered in intricate carvings of vines and flowers. The shopkeeper warned her, "This one's special. Be careful what you ask of it." Lena dismissed the comment as a sales gimmick and took the mirror home. That evening, as rain pattered against her windows, Lena hung the mirror in her bedroom. It was beautiful, its surface so clear it felt like looking into another world. As she admired it, she thought she heard something, a faint whisper, soft and melodic. She leaned closer, her breath fogging the glass. The whisper grew louder, though she couldn't make out the words. "Hello?" she said, half laughing at herself. The whisper stopped. For a moment, the room was silent, save for the rain. Then the mirror spoke in a voice that was hers, but not quite. "What do you wish to see?" Lena stepped back, her heart racing. "Who's there?" The voice didn't answer, but the surface of the mirror rippled like water. A scene appeared, a dark room with a single figure standing in the center. It was her, but something was off. The reflection was smiling, its head tilted unnaturally. "Let me show you," the voice said, and the reflection stepped toward the glass. Lena slammed a blanket over the mirror and shoved it into the closet. But that night she heard the whisper again, coming from behind the closed door. "What do you wish to see?" Story 52. Jess loved urban exploration, and the rain never deterred her. On this particular night, she stumbled upon an old playground in the middle of a forgotten park. The swings creaked in the wind, and the slide glistened with rainwater. She couldn't resist snapping a few pictures. As her camera's flash lit up the playground, she noticed something strange. A figure stood at the edge of the light, just out of focus. She lowered the camera, but there was no one there. Puzzled, she took another photo. This time, the figure was closer, standing beside the swings. A chill ran down her spine. She scanned the playground, her flashlight trembling in her hand. The rain seemed louder now, a deafening roar that drowned out everything else. When she looked through the camera again, the figure was gone. Relieved, Jess turned to leave, but something caught her eye. The swings were moving, swaying gently despite the still air. She raised the camera one last time. In the flash, the figure stood directly in front of her, its face pale and featureless. Her camera slipped from her hands, and the last thing she heard was the sound of the swings creaking behind her. Story 53. It was the kind of storm that seemed to go on forever. Mia had always loved the rain, but this night felt different. There was a heaviness in the air, an unnatural stillness that made her uneasy. She was curled up on the couch, a blanket around her, when she heard it. A soft knock at the window. She lived on the second floor. Her heart raced as she turned toward the sound. The rain streaked the glass, obscuring her view, but she could just make out a shape, a shadowy figure standing on the fire escape. "Mia," a voice called, muffled by the storm. It was low and calm, but it made her skin crawl. She backed away, her hands shaking. "Who's there?" The voice came again, closer now. "Let me in." The figure pressed its hand against the window, and for a moment Mia thought she saw its face, pale and distorted, its eyes dark and empty. She grabbed her phone to call for help, but when she turned back to the window, the figure was gone. Relief flooded her, but it was short-lived. The knock came again, this time from her front door. Story 54. Evan had been driving through the rain for hours when he saw the house. It stood alone at the edge of a dense forest, its its windows glowing warmly despite the storm. Relieved to find shelter, he pulled into the driveway and knocked on the door. No one answered. The door creaked open under his hand, revealing a cozy interior. A fire crackled in the hearth, and the air smelled of freshly baked bread. "Hello?" he called, stepping inside. "Is anyone here?" The house was silent, but everything seemed prepared for him. A dry towel, a pot of tea, even a pair of slippers by the door. Grateful and exhausted, Evan decided to stay the night. He climbed the stairs to a small bedroom and fell asleep almost immediately. When he woke, the house was different. The fire was out, the furniture was covered in dust, and the windows were boarded up. The warmth was gone, replaced by a damp chill. Panicked, Evan rushed downstairs. The tea was still there, but the cup was shattered, its contents dried to a dark stain on the floor. As he opened the front door, he stopped. A single piece of paper was nailed to the frame. It read, "You can't leave." Behind him, the floorboards creaked. Story 55. Lila had missed her usual train, leaving her stranded at an unfamiliar station in the middle of nowhere. The rain poured relentlessly, drumming against the steel roof as she huddled on a bench, waiting for the next train. The station was eerily quiet, the flickering fluorescent lights casting long shadows. A timetable on the wall listed trains that didn't seem to exist, with destinations she didn't recognize. She pulled out her phone, but there was no signal. A faint whistle cut through the rain, and a train pulled into the station. It was old, its exterior weathered and rusted. The doors slid open with a groan, but the inside was dark. Lila hesitated, but the storm was too fierce to stay outside. The train was empty, the air inside stale and cold. She found a seat near the door and waited. As the train began to move, the windows fogged over, obscuring her view of the station. She glanced around nervously, realizing there were no signs, no announcements, not even the familiar hum of an engine. Minutes passed, and Lila felt the train slowing. She wiped the fog from the window and peered outside. The station it arrived at was identical to the one she'd just left. Confused, she stepped off the train only to find the bench where she'd been sitting, and her umbrella still there. The train's whistle blew again, and Lila turned to see it pulling away, leaving her alone at the same station. Or was it? The timetable now showed only one destination: home. Beneath it, the clock's hands spun wildly. Story 56. Amelia found the raincoat at a thrift shop. It was bright yellow, vintage-looking, and in excellent condition. She didn't think twice about buying it, and as the rain poured that evening, she couldn't wait to wear it. Walking home, she felt warm and dry beneath the coat, the rain sliding off its surface effortlessly. But something about the way it fit made her uneasy. The pockets were deeper than they should have been, and when she reached into one, she felt something cold and metallic. Pulling it out, she found a key, small and ornate, with no markings to indicate what it unlocked. A faint, rhythmic sound echoed in her ears, a dripping noise, though the coat was completely dry inside. When she got home, she hung the coat by the door. That night, she woke to the sound of footsteps. They were slow and deliberate, moving across the floorboards toward her room. Grabbing her phone, she turned on the flashlight and aimed it at the doorway. The raincoat was standing upright, its sleeves swaying as though filled by invisible arms. The key hung from the collar, glinting in the faint light. Amelia didn't wait to see what would happen next. She ran from the apartment, leaving the coat behind. But when she returned the next morning, it was gone. Only the key remained, lying on her kitchen counter. Story 57. Jake was driving cross-country when the storm hit, forcing him to pull into a small roadside motel. The sign buzzed weakly, its neon letters flickering. The clerk handed him the key to room 7, his face pale and expressionless. The room was bare, with a single bed, a small TV, and a window that looked out onto the parking lot. As Jake unpacked, he noticed a strange smell, earthy, damp, and metallic. The rain outside grew louder and the lights flickered. He ignored it and lay down to sleep, but a noise woke him in the middle of the night. It was a faint scraping sound like nails against wood, coming from the wall behind the bed. He sat up, his heart racing, and turned on the light. The wall was covered in scratches, deep grooves that spelled out words, "Get out." Jake grabbed his things and bolted to the front desk, but the clerk was gone. The office was empty, and the rain poured harder, drowning out every other sound. When he turned back to look at room 7, the door was wide open. Inside, the bed was neatly made, and the scratches on the wall were gone. But the key in Jake's hand was covered in blood. Story 58. Evan had always been warned about the woods near his grandparents' house. "They're not safe after dark," his grandmother used to say. But when he saw the glow of a lantern through the trees during a rainstorm, his curiosity got the better of him. The light moved slowly, bobbing as though carried by someone walking. He followed it, the rain muffling his footsteps as he ventured deeper into the woods. The lantern flickered, casting eerie shadows that twisted and stretched across the ground. "Hello?" he called out, his voice barely audible over the rain. The light stopped. Evan froze, his breath catching in his throat. The rain seemed quieter now, the air heavier. Slowly, the lantern turned toward him, and for the first time, he saw who carried it. A figure in a long cloak stood motionless, their face hidden in shadow. The lantern swung gently in their hand, the light illuminating the forest floor. Evan took a step back, his instincts screaming at him to run. The figure raised a hand, pointing deeper into the woods. The lantern's light grew brighter, almost blinding, and Evan found himself unable to look away. When the light dimmed, the figure was gone, but the lantern remained, lying on the ground. Evan picked it up, and the rain stopped abruptly. When he looked around, the woods were silent and unfamiliar. He had no idea where he was or how to get back. Story 59. Rachel had always loved the forest behind her home. On rainy days, the sound of raindrops on the leaves made the woods feel alive. But one evening, as she walked along her usual path, she noticed something strange. The rain seemed louder in one particular spot, the drops hitting the ground with an unnatural rhythm. She paused, listening carefully. Beneath the rain, there was another sound, a low, constant whisper. Rachel turned slowly, scanning the trees. The whispers seemed to surround her, soft at first, but growing louder. She couldn't make out the words, but they carried a sense of urgency, almost as if they were pleading. "Is someone there?" she called, her voice shaky. The whisper stopped. A gust of wind rustled the branches, and the rain seemed to shift, falling harder in a small clearing ahead. Against her better judgment, Rachel stepped forward. In the clearing, the trees stood impossibly still, their bark glistening as though they were weeping. On the ground lay a small wooden box, old and weathered. She bent down and opened it, revealing a photograph inside. It was of her, standing in the clearing, though she'd never been here before. Behind her in the photograph, a figure stood among the trees, its face obscured by shadows. The whispering returned, louder and angrier now. The trees seemed to close in around her, their branches stretching like skeletal fingers. Rachel turned and ran, the whispers chasing her all the way home. That night, she found the photograph on her kitchen table. The figure was closer. Story 60. Sam loved storms, and when he had the chance to stay at an old lighthouse on a remote island, he jumped at it. The keeper, an elderly man named Mr. Wallace, warned him about the light. "Don't look directly at it during the storm," he said. "It doesn't like to be watched." Sam laughed it off, chalking it up to an old man's superstition. That night, as the rain lashed against the windows, Sam climbed the spiral staircase to the top of the lighthouse. The beam of light cut through the storm, steady and unwavering. He stared at it, mesmerized. But as he watched, something changed. The light flickered, dimmed, and then went out. The room plunged into darkness. Sam fumbled for his flashlight, but before he could turn it on, the light returned. Only now it wasn't white. It was red, pulsing like a heartbeat. Sam felt a presence behind him. Turning slowly, he saw a figure silhouetted in the glow. It was tall, featureless, and wrong, as though it didn't quite belong in this world. The light flickered again, and the figure was gone. When Sam ran back to the keeper's quarters, Mr. Wallace was waiting, his face pale. "You looked, didn't you?" he said quietly. The next day, Sam left the island, but he could still see the lighthouse beam in the distance, flashing red even in broad daylight. Story 61. Tom had been driving for hours, the rain turning the highway into a blur of lights and shadows. He was exhausted but determined to make it home. As he passed an old, overgrown stretch of road, he saw her, a woman standing on the shoulder, her dress clinging to her in the rain. He pulled over, rolling down the window. "Need a ride?" he asked. The woman nodded silently and got into the back seat. She was pale, her hair soaked, and she shivered as she stared straight ahead. "Where are you headed?" Tom asked, but she didn't reply. The drive continued in silence, the rain pounding harder. When Tom glanced in the rearview mirror, the back seat was empty. His heart raced as he pulled over, looking around, but there was no sign of the woman. Shaking, he decided to keep driving. A few miles later, he saw her again, standing on the side of the road. This time, she was smiling. Tom didn't stop. When he got home, his phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Thanks for the ride. I'll see you again." Story 62. Emma loved photography, especially old, forgotten places. On a rainy afternoon, she stumbled upon a small, overgrown cemetery hidden in the woods. The gravestones were weathered and crooked, their inscriptions barely legible. As she snapped pictures, she noticed something odd. In every photo, there was a shadow that hadn't been there when she pressed the shutter. It was faint at first, but as she continued, it grew darker and more defined. A figure standing among the graves. Emma's hands trembled as she reviewed the photos. The figure was moving closer with each shot, its outline sharp and menacing. She turned to look at the cemetery, but it was empty. The rain fell harder, and a chill ran down her spine. She decided to leave, but as she walked away, she felt an invisible weight on her shoulders, as though someone were watching. When she got home, she uploaded the photos to her computer. The last one was of her, taken from behind, the shadow's hand resting on her shoulder. The rain outside continues its steady rhythm, a comforting yet haunting backdrop to the tales we've wandered through together. Do you feel it? The weight of the unknown, the thrill of stepping into shadows where the ordinary turns extraordinary. These stories, though fleeting, linger like whispers in the night, leaving us to wonder, what if? The sound of thunder rolls softly in the distance, a reminder of how the storm weaves its way into our own thoughts, each raindrop carrying fragments of something unseen. It's as if the world itself is alive tonight, leaning closer, listening with you. Perhaps it's a coincidence that these stories find us now, or perhaps it's something more. Take a moment to breathe, to let your mind settle amidst the storm. Imagine the warmth of the room around you, the gentle glow of a candle, or the soft flicker of a dim lamp. You are safe here, but isn't it curious how safety feels more precious when the unknown brushes against its edges? As the rain grows heavier, its rhythm shifting to a more urgent tempo, consider the threads that bind these tales together. A knock at the door, a fleeting shadow, a voice where there should be silence. What makes these moments so unsettling? Is it the mystery of what's out there, or the fear of what might already be here? Let the storm carry those questions for now. You are not alone in your curiosity, in the quiet thrill of hearing these stories unfold. Together, we step from one tale to the next, each a new door creaking open, a new glimpse into the dark corners of our shared imagination. The thunder grows louder, closer now, like the world urging us onward. What waits beyond the next tale? Perhaps something familiar, or perhaps something entirely unknown. Lean in, let the rain guide you, and prepare for what comes next. The rain begins to ease now, its once urgent rhythm softening to a gentle patter against the windows. The storm has shared its stories with us, tales whispered through the wind and carried on the steady pulse of the night. And now, as our time together draws to a close, I want to thank you for joining me in this journey into the unknown. You've been a brave companion, stepping into shadows and lingering in moments where the line between reality and imagination blurs. These stories, though fleeting, have a way of leaving their mark, small questions that take root in the back of your mind. Was it all just fiction? Or is there truth woven into the fabric of these tales? After all, the most unsettling mysteries are those that seem just plausible enough to make us wonder. Tonight, we've explored themes that connect us all. The fear of the unseen, the thrill of discovery, and the curiosity that drives us to peer into the dark corners of the world. Each story, in its way, reflects our shared vulnerability, our innate need to make sense of what we cannot explain. A knock at the door in the dead of night, a whisper where there should be silence, a face where no face should be. These moments tap into something primal, something universal. But isn't that what makes them beautiful, too? The unknown challenges us, invites us to step beyond the boundaries of our comfort. It reminds us that the world is vast, filled with secrets we may never fully uncover. And perhaps that's not a bad thing. Mystery, after all, is what keeps life intriguing, what fuels our imagination and our sense of wonder. As you sit here now, with the rain's soft rhythm fading into the background, take a moment to reflect. Did any of these tales feel familiar? Did they remind you of something you've experienced, or maybe something you've always feared? If so, you're not alone. Stories have a way of connecting us, even in their eeriest moments. They remind us that while the unknown can be frightening, it can also be a shared experience, a bridge between us. And now I have a request for you. If you enjoyed this journey, if these stories sparked your imagination or sent a chill down your spine, I encourage you to keep the connection alive. Subscribe to this channel to join me for more evenings like this one, where we'll explore the strange, the haunting, and the inexplicable. Like this video to let me know you were here, that you felt the pull of these tales as much as I did. Most importantly, share your own stories in the comments below. Have you ever felt the touch of the unknown? Perhaps a shadow that lingered too long, a sound that shouldn't have been there, or a moment that made you question reality. I'd love to hear your experiences, your whispers of the extraordinary. After all, the best stories often come from those who lived them. As we part ways tonight, I want to leave you with one last thought. The rain may stop, the storm may pass, but the mysteries we've touched on tonight never truly fade. They linger in the quiet moments, in the stillness of the dark, waiting for someone curious enough to notice them. So, as you drift into sleep or sit in the silence of your room, keep your eyes open and your mind alert. You never know when the next story might find you. Thank you again for being here. You've made this night more meaningful, more mysterious, and more connected. Until next time, when the rain falls again and the shadows grow long, take care, stay curious, and remember, some mysteries are better left unexplored. Good night, and sweet dreams.